Stu? FMZH? That's a name. Hello. I'm just struggling with some Discord issues at the moment. Why is it not? Why is streamer mode not working is the question. Like, it's not picking up that I'm streaming. And I don't understand why. Everything is broken for some reason I don't understand. I don't understand what is going on. Okay, why am I hearing Discord notifications also? Like, what? No. This should not have sound. Man, what happened to everything? Notifications. I don't want sound. Do not give me messages on sound. I went through the trouble of resetting my password and it messed up my normal Discord stuff, and I don't understand why. Notice me. It's just not picking up that I'm streaming. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is this not working? I just want to turn it on. Discord isn't noticing it. What is happening? I don't get it at all. Hi, Derp. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. I've never had Discord refuse to not show that I'm doing a thing. And I don't get what's happening. It usually just works, and now it doesn't work. And I don't understand why. I don't get it. Wait, hold on. Is it not connected properly? Let me check something. Let me yeah, Discord could have just broken, but let me check something. Okay. There it goes. Okay. I had to reconnect Discord to Twitch because I updated my password ? That required me to reconnect it, I guess. Yeah, so I needed to know. I guess if you change your passwords, you need to reconnect, like reauthorize the connection between the two. Because as soon as I went to the connections tab in Discord and tried to connect it to Twitch again, it like reestablished that connection, and then streamer mode instantly worked. So I'm guessing that's what was going on. Also, we have a rust stone. Yeah, so anyways, we've got, you know, the usual Kut-Ku stuff to do tonight. Again. Forever. See how much we can do. I hope you're doing okay tonight, I see. And dirt. Alright. Here we go. There we go. Off we go, right away. What is the Forgotten City? I do not know this. Clean up the inventory some. There we go. Off we go. A Skyrim mod made full game. Huh. Like it started out as a Skyrim mod and got turned into a full game? It's a pretty recent release too. Interesting. It's definitely neat when games just when things start as mods and develop out that much. I knew it was gonna tailspin. I just didn't expect the tailspin to hit me that close. I thought I was safe. I'm not safe. I'm never safe. No safety allowed. No safety allowed. I expected the insta-charge. Didn't happen. There it is. There's the insta-charge that we know and love. So we're gonna try to fit a sharpen in when he charges us. There we go. That's probably just the better way to do it. Get a sharpen in if you can. And then use the rest of your sharpness. Hopefully before he leaves. Well, that was a block. That was definitely a block. What? I feel like that fire... cameras. Yay. Yay, camera against the wall. I felt like that was doing okay, and then that fire hit me. And then I just didn't have a camera anymore. It was just gone. Yeah, so we're gonna try to do as many Kut-Ku as I can put up with tonight. You know. And leaving. Dang it. Oh well. The sooner we can move on to new things, the better. That is how we feel about this. Very close. Yes, yes. We're going directly for Kut-Ku. We get the Kut-Ku kill. We carve Kut-Ku, and then we mine in Area 3. Do our mining. Increment the Kut-Ku count. Go mine over here. Yeah, we're not going to do anything other than hunt Kut-Ku. Only Kut-Ku all the time. Wait, what did I press? What did I press? I pressed something and it's recording my mouse inputs. And I don't understand what I did. What did I press? Wait. What is this? What are you? You are... Alright, hold on. I need to open my my task manager thing. Okay, so I guess I recently installed like a manager thing for my particular mouse because I wanted to adjust the DPI on it, and you have to, you know, have whatever the mouse whatever Anchor mouse this is or something. It has its own software for that, and I guess it has an input to make, I don't know, to do something with inputs, and I must have accidentally triggered that because it just went away after I looked. we're just gonna move on. Hello, Makari. How are you doing tonight? We are, unfortunately, and we can see exactly how far we have to go as well. A solid 124 more. It's great. I had hoped... so HR 17, right? Gave us 5-star quests. We did all the 5-star quests, so it's entirely done. And we got access to a new room, which has very fancy and nice meals. But now that we've done all of 5-star, we have to get to 19 for 6-star, which is the last ranks. 19 and 20 is the last one. I'm not sure if 20 has anything specific that 19 doesn't, but 6-star is 19 and 20. Which means we need to get to 19. Yep. A little bit, I guess. The egg quests were interesting. I guess that counts. The most exciting things about 5-star was definitely the egg quests. And by that I mean the things that had the most tension in them was the egg quests. So, and the things we're looking forward to about 6-star is probably more Cephodrome and Powder Stones. Those are like the big things I expect out of 6-star. A Powder Stone hunt and, yes, and a Cephodrome hunt. What is going on? I'm not able to sharpen, that's what. That actually hit me, huh? Wow. Kut-Ku's tail is impressive with how much reach it has. Who knows? Definitely makes like all later Monster Hunter grinds feel way more tolerable. I can say that much. Like, hey, at least I'm not doing 300 Kut-Ku. You know? Really puts things in perspective. Hello, Shaded. No! I was hoping we could one zone it and then I got insta-charged. Oh, Kaku, my Kaku. Wait, why did Discord take me out of streamer mode? Oh, I'm back in it now. I don't know how to woo technology. Sometimes... Yeah, so we're just gonna do as much as we can of Kut-Ku tonight, and we'll see where things go. I don't know how long I'll go for either. It really just like depends on how I'm feeling, I guess. I would like to at least put like a good dent in it, though. At least. Do I not have Psycho Serums? I do not have Psycho Serums. But yeah, going to a later generation is gonna feel really nice, I think, after this. You know? Of course! One hit away. Of course it was one hit away. It's always one hit away. Hello, Comey. Because we finished 5-star, and we're not high enough hunter rank to move on, and 5-star doesn't have anything better to do. No, we ranked up and advanced, and we did all of 5-star in like a couple streams, and then we're back to this because we're not HR 18 or 19. And then I figured out how many Kut-Ku we would need to do, and I put in that as the other thing here. It is neat. I agree. It is definitely a word you could use. Alright, so we're at 88,000. I was considering Gypsyros Iced Tea. Gypsyros can be done fast, but it can also really waste your time. Like, sometimes Gypsyros is fast, and sometimes Gypsyros decides to run around pointlessly 3 times in a row. I don't actually remember how much. No. That being said, if a Gypsyros shows up in the Forest and Hills, or if there's no Kut-Ku in 4-star, I'll do them. Because the Forest and Hills one at least has a more restricted area it can run around in. Whereas the jungle and swamp ones just take forever. Especially in the swamp, when Gypsyros runs around in the swamp, it's just like, you're just waiting there for a solid minute, or feels like. I don't think so, Shaded. I don't believe so, no. Azure Wrath is nice, for sure. Ah. Ah, please. Please stop. Glacial Ignactor armor is just good in general, too. It's just good armor. No, Kut-Ku. This Kut-Ku does not want me to fight it at all. Rip. That was fast. That was a fast death. It depends, Bakari. Wow, I was just spinning. Generally, I try to accomplish as many quests as possible. But if the remaining quests are if the remaining quests in the game are more effort than it's worth to have fun with it, I don't mind not doing them and moving on. As an example, in 3U, when we did all of the G-Rank advanced quests in G1 and 2, in what is effectively G3, there's a bunch of quests where you fight 2 monsters at once in the arena with no way to separate them. Just being, smokes only. And that sort of thing is like, I could do that with enough effort, but is that really something I want to be doing when I've done most of the rest of the game's content? And I decided that no, it was not. We did do. There was also you could not do underwater smokes, and we still did the dual monster underwater, the Plesioth Ludroth one. Mostly because I wanted to see if I could, and it turns out yes I could. Or was that an arena? I can't remember. That might have been an actual arena quest. I don't remember. Similarly, camera, thank you. Similarly, in Portable Third, it's more, in this case, Mikari, that I want to experience the other content past this. Right? I want to. It's more in this case because the Kut-Ku is the way to get to the content I can't reach yet. In 3U's case, I had done nearly everything else. And it was effectively, the ending quests. In Portable Third, it was the same sort of situation, where I had done all the things, and what was left was multi-monster hunts. I can't remember if I hadn't done the final village quest, the one with Joe in it and stuff. And there was some of them that required like doing a whole bunch of certain quests to unlock a drink upgrade quest, or killing a monster that showed up after a warning or something like that. So there was just, there was some, like, it's not a true 100%, but I did enough to be for me to be satisfied with it, sort of thing. Yeah. It just depends on the situation, and then I talk about how we're feeling about it, and then we decide. The problem with that, Comey, is there's no Kut-Ku armor. I already have the Kut-Ku hammer, and I think I might already have the heavy bowgun. We're gonna fail this Kut-Ku. We are gonna fail this Kut-Ku at this rate. I almost failed this Kut-Ku. One more hit and I would have died again. That was a rough Kut-Ku. But yeah, there's no Kut-Ku armor. There's a hammer. There's a heavy bowgun, and I think that's it. I have not seen any other Kut-Ku weapons. Yeah, there just isn't Kut-Ku armor, which is really weird, honestly. I feel like I mostly go for like main content completion, and then anything else extra that I can do within reason, or within like my own personal enjoyment, which still allows for a lot of challenging things to be done. And that'll also really depend on the game or generation I'm doing things in as well. I do know with Ryu that if you play it on... I want to say that Wii U runs it the worst. 3DS runs it better than Wii U, and PC runs it best if your system, you know, is nice and good for it. Wow, there's no Gypsyros and there's no Kut-Ku. That's annoying. Yeah, 3U is great, honestly. It does have its share of downsides, again with hunter rank points. If you're going for like the final G rank stuff and the unique monsters, the rare subspecies or whatever, those are hunter rank point locked. And you might end up grinding HR points at some point for that. Because I'm pretty sure we did that. I don't remember. The thing is, though, I see is, at least in my playthrough, I don't remember that being an issue. Like, the amount of content in GU, I don't ever remember having to grind huntering points for anything. Like, it just sort of happened naturally, right? That you unlock things. Really? That hit me? Like, even in 3U though, we made a fair amount of weapons and armor, and we still ended up doing that. I don't know. It's been a while. I shouldn't have gone for 2 pokes there. Also, I can't see. I can't see anything. I got frame trapped. I got killed by bugs. I got held and then bugged. Rip. That's true, and Monster Hunter 1 doesn't give you any HR points in the village. Does GU give you points? Or 3U give you points for the offline content? It's been so long since I've done newer games, it feels like. Oh, I'm not gonna miss this camera angle at all. Not one bit. What an awkward camera angle. Alright. $154. Beak. Thank you, Bug. It's not that Monster Hunter 1 doesn't increase HR while it's locked, it's that it doesn't increase it for village quests. Like, you can start Monster Hunter 1 and go directly to the hub and just do the hub right away from the start. It's just that doing stuff in the village doesn't increase anything concerning hunter rank points. The systems are like entirely separated off in this one. It's a very good song. It's a very good music for looping, I feel like. Just like a, you know, a comfy background piece. Alright, great start. No, Kut-Ku. I disagree, Kut-Ku. Yay. Right into the instant charge. I have not, actually, no. I've really not paid attention to the remake stuff at all because initially I was thinking that I'd get to play it, you know, sometime relatively soon, and then things happened and I don't have the resources to do that anytime soon. So I just never got around to it. I also got trampled. Yeah, I was planning on waiting, like on not looking stuff up on it, about it on it words, until I got to it. I don't know, probably. I don't know. I would be curious about that one in particular. No, I have not kept track of that part that much, Comey. We've just left... I mean, I could look and see, because I was uploading VODs recently, and I can see which one it was where I started before the Kut-Kus. But that would also, you know, be counting other things that we've hunted in between the whole Kut-Ku mess. Nope. I am not using anything better for this. 5-star introduced nothing useful to me. Except for access to the volcano, which I already had from doing the Plesioth Urgent earlier on. Yeah, but I did that with the Plesioth Urgent. Dang Kut-Ku. I can't even turn this camera away from this angle. Wow. It is a 5-star quest. I wasn't counting it because we did it while we were in 4-star. Because it was an urgent that I was just going in, mining on, and abandoning. It was effectively just a way to get Union ore faster than doing it in that one jungle node. I would say the only better gear we have is the Thundertip SNS, and it's still not as good as this lance for Kut-Ku. It was great for Cephadrome. It was 100% worth it just to make Cephadrome easier to fight. And honestly, it outperforms my greatswords for Rathian. Like if I can if I can get rid of small monsters, that sword and shield works better than the great swords I have. With small monsters in the way, it's just awkward. Bonk. Come on, go down. Just spinning around. Let's go this way. I wasn't sure if it was gonna. That's what having yellow sharpness will do. Just bounce. Always one hit away. Always. Yep. Hello, corridor. Go away, bug. Go away, bug. One would think so, corridor, but then you have to keep in mind that the quests that give you more points also take longer. Like, considerably longer. Which means, if you think about the the amount of points gained alongside the time taken to get those points. Kut-Ku can be done very quickly. Other things cannot. And for the amount of point difference, you're talking like 100, maybe, for doing things that are harder than Kaku. Where Kaku can be done sub 5 if you get lucky with the moves, and a little longer than that if not, for 300. Something like Gypsyros can often be about as fast, but Rathian can be like 25 minutes. Viserios is like 15 minutes. It's just not worth the extra time for a small improvement in what you get. This is my strongest weapon. We have tried with multiple other weapons. This is by far the fastest I have for Kut-Ku. It's less the other. So Lance is already strong to begin with, and this is the Rusted Lance, which has been the strongest one we've found so far. Nothing else has come close to Rusted Lance. I have a hammer that calls for 50 Dragonite ore. We have another one that I think needs disc stones. I'd have to look. We need commendations for a greatsword. And we need Blow's Fangs for another greatsword. Which can be gotten from just doing some mono blows offline. But you know, I'd have to go offline. I don't really want to do online Diablos. Just because, meh. Like, I could go back down and do low rank Diablos in the hub for the Blow's Fangs. But I need like 8 Blow's Fangs. It's more along the lines of, if I wanted to get Blow's Fangs, I might as well just do them in the offline mono blows for the speed of clearing sort of thing. That's how I was thinking about it, but who knows. It'd probably be a little more effective doing it online for the points. It also takes a couple more Piscean Fangs, we can just do more Cephadrome. That's no problem. It's gonna die. Hey Big G. We're dying to Kut-Ku, that's what's up. That is what's up. You think that Big G will like that? I feel like that's less his particular mood or vibe or something. Yes, I do see that. I need to get to the music stuff as a whole. You know, as I do. We'll get to it eventually. I've got lots of stuff to listen to there. Kaku. Hello, Mail4. Yep, we are indeed back. Unfortunately. Oh no, a lovely hitbox right there, Kut-Ku. No. It is not a menu song. Even if it was just a menu songs can be really nice. I wouldn't say it's broken up, no. It's actually very structured. It is a set amount of measures of notes, followed by the same length of silence. Or maybe twice as much silence, I can't remember. But it's a very, you know, music, silence, notes, silence. And it does have a good flow and feel to it to me. But the use of silence is particularly nice. Deliberate, yes. Oh, Dragonite, nice. In this case, that is the hub music for Demon Souls. So the place where you are relaxing between areas, sorting out inventory, shop stuff, talking to people, upgrading your weapon or whatever. It's just kind of like the in between of places. But I really like it just as a musical piece. Okay, hold on. So, let me go back real quick. We were also looking at this upgrade. Oh yeah, never mind. That was the one I was talking about. This is the one for the Belos Fang and the Piscine Fang. Never mind. Yeah, and it's as strong as our current Grey Sword, just with lots more green. Never mind. I thought this one was over here for some reason. There's that. This taking Disc Stone. Gravio Shell and Dragonite. All the Dragonite ore. I don't have any Union ore, but I believe there was also a Plesioth Greatsword, the Fin Blade, that took a Union ore, and that's why I can't see it. And there was also this, but that takes Kirin Horn, and I kind of want to save the Lao Shan Horn for this, which takes Commendations. Okay. Yeah, I have made both of the Kut-Ku weapons. Okay. I guess the Water SNS, the Odyssey, could potentially perform better than my current lance. Because the water is something Kaku is weak to, and the water lance that we had was only slightly slower than this. But it takes things I can't get to, so... Oh yeah. Gravios and Rathalos are both going to be 6-star. And so wings from those means it's off limit. Poke, poke, poke. Poke, poke, poke. I am not sure. It does not sound immediately familiar. So I'd say you could go for it, or you could find that and search in Discord. Nope, no block. No block. No, why? I couldn't see anything at all. You know what? After this one, I'll see if I can go to the volcano and get some Union ore. Because I'm a little curious about the Plesioth greatsword, and I think I could probably get it. I do remember it needing a Union ore. And given that we can just turn Kut-Ku parts into Plesioth parts, we could try. We could give it a shot and see if it actually works okay for this. What video is this video? Okay. The sunrise one, I'm assuming. Okay. Then, yes. I'll try to remember to have a look at it. Maybe... What, you didn't come here? Well, that's a surprise. That's a surprise. I have lost Kaku, probably in the top left then. Come back here, Kaku. He still got his charge off. That's unfortunate. Okay. 156. Let's go. Let's go to the volcano if we can. I'm not sure that the 15 coal quest will actually give me a union ore, but we'll try it. I'm pretty sure it's just going to give me a lot of coal and minerals. We're gonna do it anyways. I mean, even if it does just give us Dragonite ore and stuff. That does happen, yes. Is that happening to you, or are you talking about me? I am unsure. Yes. Okay. Let's see if we can get a union ore out of this. Nothing else here. Hey, there is a Gravios in this map, in this one. I'm not sure I'd want to actually do a Gravios right now, but cool. There's some coal. Is this also a music idiot? I really hope this gives me a union, or if it doesn't, I might have to do a Basarios hunt and go mining and then do the Basarios. Up the mountain. Hello, Red Flare. This is the Undertaker. It comes off of the Rusted Landslide. And it is in some later games as well, like GU. Broken Lance. Yeah, in GU, the Rusted Lance is this, and the Worn Lance upgrades into one that looks very similar, but with the tip not broken. Wow, my pickaxes are just vanishing. Okay, that's probably... I'm gonna check for Union anyways before we go. Call. Yeah, so we're on the Kut-Ku grind again, and I was just taking a moment just to see if I can get some Union ore for a greatsword I was interested in. Alright, just lots of coal. We'll turn it in, see if we get a Union in the rewards. Boing. It's an interesting animation for when you run into a wall. Anyways, yeah, I hope you've been doing alright. One Dragonite, loads of earth, some disc stone, some iron. Not what I'm looking for. Everything except a Union ore. Okay. I'm definitely tempted to just do a run and then triple cart, but we should probably just do a Viserios to get what I want. Oh well, we'll box all this. One Dragonite, some disc stone, which we actually did need. Because this hammer still needs one more. Except there isn't one. Alright, looks like we're doing another one because there's no volcano. So, more Kut-Ku. Just more Kut-Ku. $700,000 zenny. That is so much. I accidentally picked up Pierce ammo out of the last hunt. Out of the item box. The coal one gives you Pierce, like 10 Pierce for some reason. I don't know why. It just does. You know what actually all this makes me want to do? Is play GU and hunt Kut-Ku with like adept lance, so I can actually counter all of this stuff properly. instead of get bonked by it at every turn. I'm doing alright straight. We could continue the Kut-Ku grind on GU by doing a Kut-Ku with every weapon and style combination. No! Why did that hit me? Dang it, camera, please. Don't make me camera? I just want to not be looking at the wall. Is that too much to ask? Six per weapon, 14 weapons, 84 total, not counting Prowler. HR point grind, as it turns out. That's why, because we need to grind HR points to go from 5-star to 6-star, just like from 4 to 5. Is great. I agree. It's so great, I don't even know what to do about it. There's the cart. You wouldn't have hunted enough to progress in Monster Hunter 1 from a single rank up. From a single, like, 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 star. Not just like, you know, in general. That's not enough for a single up, you know, thing. Words. We're almost at 700. That's pretty cool as well. Anyways, yeah, I do want to try to get Union Ore, so I can make that one water greatsword and see how it performs. So I'm curious. Like, we have a water greatsword in the form of the tuna, but it only has yellow sharpness, which is not good. Also, it's got like 400 raw or something. Also, I have no pickaxes. 157, yay. Alright, there's another one down. There's a Basarios. Alright. We'll do a Basarios. So I can go mine some Union. Buy pickaxes, buy whetstones. Sell some stuff. We have a few antidotes, so I'll buy more. Just to be on the safe side. All the way up. Now please just give me what I want, so I can move on and do more Kut-Ku and stuff. That's not what I want. What a terrible node. One stone. If I don't get any Union ore, oh my gosh. I'll check in Area 4, because we have mined Union out of there as well. But if we don't get any Union, I'll just abandon. Because that's really the main reason I'm here, is for a Union ore. That is the one thing I care about right now. That's not quite what I want. I almost don't want to bother running down to 4, but I'm going to do it anyways. It is the worst thing though, I see. When you get to your mining point and you mine it, you just get a stone and then it's out. It is very sad. It feels very stingy, is the word. Okay, there we go. Alright, I got it. However, I realized I did not bring any stamina items, and I'm wearing Monoblos armor, which means stamina drains faster. Because I haven't restocked on stakes in a bit. Wow. So, do we hunt the Viserios with no stamina refilling? That's the question. And of course, I can't make anything either. You know what? No. Just let me leave the volcano. That's how I feel right now. Let me go out. I've decided. We'll take our 700th cart to a rock. Death by stone, yes. And then we'll go on a gathering quest for... Well, the thing is, we don't really... If I need to do anything else other than more Kut-Ku, then I'll go on a gathering quest so I can make mistakes. Otherwise, I'll just be fine, you know? Hello, stone. Good. I died by a different stone. There we go, 2 different stone deaths. Unfortunately, I don't think I can do 3. No, because I don't think powder stones actually spawn in 8. Unless you're doing a powder stone hunt. I was thinking about getting the powder stone and then dropping it to blow myself up over and over. But I don't think it'll actually spawn. You know, for a 3rd stone death. But there might be stones in here. There is. I found more stones. Well, Fango got my stone. Is there another one? Got 1 more stone. Way over here. Cool. We can now leave the volcano with our union ore. As I wanted. We should only lose a little bit of points. No big deal. Yeah, like 15. That's fine. That's no problem at all. Okay, Comey. I can understand, yeah. Have a nice night. Okay. So that should mean... I'm gonna check the armor section first, just because I'm curious if anything new has shown up. Yeah, no. Nothing has. There's nothing new, okay. There it is, fin blade. Okay, Plesioth fin was trading Kut-Ku webbing, I believe. I'm gonna put... oh, I only have one. Okay, in that case, we need to hunt more Kut-Kus for webbings. Okay. I gotta do Kut-Ku first. It was webbing into fin and shell to scale. So, if I need 3 fins, that means I need 2 more webbings. Everything is Kut-Ku all the time. Ah. Everything is gonna be Kut-Ku. Everything is fire, apparently. Ah! Please stop. Oh, this camera. I will never get used to the camera, I feel like. And into the insta-charge. Oh well. Oh well. Why do you do this to me, Kaku? What are you digging your PS3 out for? Demon Souls? This is... you're not wrong, Hellfire Sniper. That Lance is a Kut-Ku. 100%. It's just a metal Kut-Ku. You know how it is. Off we go. Away. Hello, Lamadite. Oh, there was a raid. I'm really bad about noticing raids, aren't I? Hello, Lau. Hello, Bilal. We're just on Kut-Ku again. Everything is Kut-Ku all the time. If you ever play Monster Hunter 1, get ready to fight several hundred Kut-Ku. That's all you can really say about that. I'm not sure. So like, in later games, right? A lot of Kaku feels the same, but his insta-charge in Monster Hunter 1 is wide. Hey, there's 3, nice. Like, he'll do his insta-charge, and you'll be off to the side thinking you're safe, and it just scoops you up anyways. It's just really wide. Like, I feel like that is one of the biggest differences. And in Monster Hunter 1, just in general, if you knock a flying wyvern down or whatever, they immediately get up again. And then in later games, they stay down longer. And then in World and Rise, I guess, when you flash things down, they get up right away again. Just like in this game. I don't know, Kaku feels like Kut-Ku. That's how I feel about this. Okay. So now I need some fins, which means I need to put away my Kut-Ku shells for the moment. That way too. So we're making the Plesioth Greatsword because I'm curious. I don't think it'll perform better than the lance we have, but I want to know still. So we're making it. Which song reference? The one you said? No, I had no idea. You are correct. That's not... That is not the event quest I want to see. I just wanted the gathering, and you gave me a Kezu. Okay, yeah, I have not watched that. If you reference something from a movie, it's like a 99% chance I'm not going to recognize what you're referencing. I will turn these in and then get 10 raw meat and turn that in. I'm not sure if I have felt like that. What? Don't you want my Kut-Ku webbing? Why doesn't... Maybe, do I have to do it in high rank? Maybe I have to do it in high rank. I definitely remember trading Kut-Ku webbing. No, it was Kut-Ku ears, not webbings. It's ears for fins, not webbings. I am a silly. I was wrong. I just realized. I don't have Kut-Ku ears. Alright, we're doing more Kut-Ku. Until I get 3 Kut-Ku ears. That makes sense. Hello, 26. Yep, that it does, 2 arms. No, I can't! There we go. Goodbye, all of my stamina. Yeah. Camera, please. Camera, why would you do this to me? Help. Alright, I just didn't get to play for a bit there. There was a whole bunch of I can't move. Where are you going? Why are you here? That's a good question. But thank you. What? Why did that hit me so late? I don't understand. There's so much fire. I am getting melted by this Kut-Ku. I didn't ever say that, Beiji. I was commenting on the person that just followed called Why Am I Here? Oh my gosh. This Kut-Ku. This Kut-Ku is just too much. Okay, I wasn't sure. I think it is likely. I think it is likely that we'll fail this Kut-Ku, honestly. It is not looking good for me. If that's why you're here, that's about all we're going to be doing for a while, so... Good for you, I guess. Less good for me. One day we won't have to fight more Kut-Ku. One day. I think we're gonna fail this one. Yep. Into the stun, into the insta charge. Man, that was a really aggressive Kaku. Sometimes it just happens, though. Where everything changed together in just the wrong way, and you get comboed into a stun into more combos. And now there's no Kut-Ku to do. Quest cycle. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. There we go. Let's go do this better. Please don't do that to me. I really can't wait until we're done with Kaku. Yeah, already. Mostly because we've done this already and we're doing it again. Sharpen. What? No, why were you running that direction? I tried to run out of the way so I could sharpen, and he insta-charged in a direction I wasn't currently standing. And so I ran into the charge instead. I'm not sure why that surprises me. People like... My gosh, why is it so wide? Insta-charge is just wide. I am having a time. Come on, camera, please. We're having a time with Kut-Ku tonight. That's all I can really say about that. So we need Kaku ears. Which I definitely shouldn't have sold earlier, but I didn't think I would need them. Again. Oh, 159. Kut-Ku, 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 Kut-Ku. That's all we do, Ku. Only Kut-Ku. More so than usual, at least. Ah. Not a good angle to— No! Oh, camera. Dang it, I was trying to break free of the stun, and then that happened. Hello, Marvel Techie. Been a bit since I've seen you around. Hope you've been keeping okay. Ah! No. Help. You get stunned so easily fighting Kut-Ku. I'm doing Kut-Ku. That's how I'm doing. You can see how I'm doing by the fact that we have a Kut-Ku counter. Good done. There we go. I'm not even hitting it properly at this angle. Come on, please go down. It's not quite what I meant, but you know. I wish. None at all? It's a bit of a surprise. Give me ears. Ear. Produce ear. That's 160. That's kind of cute. I like that. No Kut-Ku. No Kut-Ku. Yes, play with him. Learn new weapon if possible. If you do, pick whatever weapon you are least experienced with. No Kut-Ku. No Kut-Ku. Ah. Okay, I see. I mean, you're not missing much, just, you know, the Kut-Ku hours. But, you know. Ooh. feel like we've taken longer to get 10 Kut-Ku down than I would like. Although I did take that break, but you know, for the volcano, but still. The Kut-Ku have just been very aggressive and comboing me a bunch. Okay. See you later, I see. Okay. Have you ever used those weapons in other games? Is the follow-up question. It was gonna happen eventually. The insta-charge was just gonna happen eventually. No, the bounces. I was trying to hit the wing and then I just bounced twice. That was very unfortunate. Bounce and then bounce. Right into the charge. Right into another charge. Thankfully those both missed me. Okay, he got away. No, come back. Alright, 161. Come on, give me Kut-Ku ears. Like, now that I know I need them, we're just not carving them. It's kind of unfortunate. curious, why am I here? Did you really come here because of wanting to see people fight Kut-Ku? Is that really? Because we've done so many Kut-Ku. Okay. If Lance is your least experienced weapon overall, or if you've never used Lance, then yeah, go for Lance. Use only Lance when you're playing with them, and learn how the Lance works. World Lance is pretty fun too. And I feel like with Iceborne it has one of the better Clutch Claw integrations. And there's no Kut-Ku. No Kut-Ku. Okay, yeah, do Lance. That is my recommendation. Start with Lance, and don't use anything other than Lance. Even if it makes it for struggles with some fights, just stick with it. Lance all the things. See how long you can keep your guild card with only lances. If you're starting a new file. If you're not starting a new one, well then, you know, that's fine too. But only lance. Kut-Ku. Kaku. Just I was gonna go somewhere with that, but it stopped at just, and then I lost it. Alright, new save file. No defender, armor, weapons allowed. And just only use lance. And you'll figure out what feels comfy, what doesn't. And just, yeah, lance. On that though, if you do have any questions, / wanting advice or help or whatever, you know, feel free to message on the Discord or something. Yeah, for me though, it's like that is how I go about learning to use the weapon effectively, more like. Essentially making, if I want to learn a weapon properly, for me, I'll use it in as many situations as possible, so I can learn, you know, effectively how to use it in both good and bad matchups for it, sort of thing. Oh my gosh, this Kut-Ku needs to stop. Where'd it go? What? How did it end up? What are you doing? Why are you over there? Strange Kut-Ku movements. I should have charged. Oh well. Nope. Almost one area, but I got messed up at the end. Okay. Bye. No, you're going to the middle area. You're going middle. Okay, that one went pretty alright. Give me ears, please. Let me carve, please. There's one. Okay. I still need two more. Bottom. Kaku. Around again with Kaku. Yeah, that may be the case, yes. Hello, Kut-Ku. I knew that was gonna happen, but I just went for it anyways. That was a bad decision. I couldn't block in time. If you're wondering, if you notice how I like wiggle around sometimes, it's because I'm doing the wiggle to break stun, and then I break stun, and I'm still wiggling, and then I just kind of like jitter around in place. Nope, stay away. I was stuck in the bounce there. Lance charge, yellow sharpness made me bounce, and I was unable to cancel out of it. Just in time. Okay. Wow. That's definitely a way to die. He just stood on me and rotated, and I got chipped by every rotation. That was unfortunate. Hello, Chorito. Enjoy your lurky. No, Kaku, why? Alright, 163. Come on, give me an ear. Stop hitting me. Alright. There's another one down. Do I play chess? No. When I was younger, I would play chess with my dad when I was like really young. That was a long time ago, and neither of us were by any means good at chess. And then later in life, I just stopped. Like, if you put me in front of a chessboard, I could play it, but I definitely wouldn't play it very well. I would just kind of play it like any other game, I guess. No. I like watching people that enjoy chess play chess sometimes, but it's not something that I really ever do myself. Like, there's some people, like, you know, on the YouTubes and Twitch that I like, and I've seen them do chess things, and it's nice because then, you know, I like the person already as it is. But not really beyond that. Ah, Kut-Ku, please. Thanks, Bug. There's definitely a category for it. No, stop insta-charge. Hello, Schmo. That was fun, I guess. That was fun. Yep, Game God, that is what we be doing. Yet more. What? Not here? I've been tricked. Where is Kut-Ku? He's over here. Damn. Please stop. There we go. 160. Here's another ear. I need one more ear. Okay, Stray. Have a nice day. Bum, 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 bum. Give me Kut-Ku. No Kut-Ku. Done, like, what, 14 today? Probably not, Big G. Like, if that was the only option, then maybe, but I don't think so. I don't know. It would depend, really. I wouldn't say no for sure. Let's go with that. Bum, 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 ba, 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 bum. There's another Kut-Ku. Yeah, so once I get a third Kut-Ku ear, I'll go trade those in for Plesioth fins. And then we'll see about that greatsword. I don't expect it to be better than the lance, but you know, why not? Why not try? Why not? Nice. Thinking about that. No, fire. Ah. I can't turn my camera. I still can't turn my camera. Wow. Very... wow. Chameleos or Giganox. Either one would work, honestly. Depending on if elders are permitted or not. You did. This is true. Those are definitely both pretty appealing. Ah, please. Help. The Kaku tonight have been rough. Just been so rough. I don't know. It's like being, you know, flight is a pretty important thing, honestly. And I know Chameleos can fly. Giganox sort of flies, as in it does so to change areas sometimes. But it's much less. I feel like Giganox is more like a fly when necessary sort of thing, rather than a normal thing. I don't know. Dang and Kut-Ku. dang Kut-Ku. Also, I've forgotten if I've carded once or twice, so I'll see at the end of this and then input them. Because it'll show me one or two. Oh. Are you still over here, or did you go to the next area? Okay. 165. We've done 15 today so far. That's pretty good. Please let me carve Kut-Ku. Alright, there's the third ear I needed. So we'll go trade these in the forest and hills. I didn't check. I just mashed through that without checking. Hold on. Let me make a clip. You can use a clip to check. I'm kind of distracted. Alright, did that. There's the reward. Carded twice, okay. There's 2 cards. It's like, I know Giganox can fly, because it can do so when it transitions to the outside. But you don't ever really see Giganox fly beyond that. But yeah, I think that'd be honestly really nice. That sounds, and it sounds nice. Let's go with that. It is a very appealing creature to me. We're going to put away the Kut-Ku shells for the moment, just to make sure they don't get selected for trading. And sell the rest of what we have, but not the ears. Keep the flame sack. Exactly. I wouldn't say yucky, but like, exactly. Slimy is good. This is what I desire. Okay, I guess we'll just do the hold on. I should check to see if there's a Kut-Ku I can do instead. There he is, in the Forest and Hills? Forest and Hills. Alright, I'll do that instead. We'll just do that instead. the slimy part is definitely a big appeal. Okay, Marvel. Hope you have some nice rest. Let's turn in these Kut-Ku ears. Okay, there's our 3 Plesioth fins. Now we go do another Kut-Ku. Because we can. You're all the way over there? In the time I took to do this? Better not leave. You better not leave, Kut-Ku. I could not have been any faster, really. Hey, if I hadn't accidentally talked to the Veggie Elder one more time, that would have been okay. Oh well, this is an okay place to fight Kut-Ku. I was anticipating the tail spins. There we go. There they are. Super Rad Lemon with 96? That is so many people. Hello, everybody. That is a lot. Hello, Locust. That's a name I recognize. Ian Cobb? Ian Cobb. Thank you. Generic. Appreciate it. Had to raid. You came in at a really odd one, Rad Lemon. So, I don't know how much any of you guys know about Monster Hunter 1. But it has the biggest HR point grind you will ever see in a Monster Hunter game. And that's what we're doing right now. That's why you see a Kut-Ku counter, because we're trying to get to HR 19, and you have to do Kut-Kus. I also don't know this super rad name, but apparently other people do. I can't keep up with chat right now. There's too many. That is a lot. So I take it you're also a Monster Hunter person, Rad Lemon, given that you mentioned the challenge and all that. Okay. So, yeah, just as Derp is saying, by the way, I'm staying super blind for whatever this new Monster Hunter is. I don't want to know anything about it, and so we're trying to play that safe. That being said, I play through Monster Hunter games as much as possible without healing. Monster Hunter 1 is just the latest one that I'm working on. But if someone does exclamation point games, you can see where we've taken this in the past. Yeah, thank you to all of the follows that I 100% couldn't keep up with because there was a lot of text violence. We appreciate that very much. There's so many. I don't know. There's way too much input going on at once. That was a clean Kut-Ku, honestly. Pretty clean Kut-Ku fight. 166. So you see that counter, 166 out of 275? That's how many Kut-Kus we need to do. I assume. Hey Koi. When I say new Monster Hunter, I mean whatever they announced in the last Nintendo Direct about Monster Hunter, that's what I'm talking about, because I was watching it with my partner, and as soon as we saw Monster Hunter, I closed my eyes, plugged my ears, and had my mods and my partner like block a ton of terms and stuff. Because I like going into Monster Hunter games blind. Going into games that I care about without knowing anything about them makes them extra exciting for me personally, and I think it makes for a more interesting experience for everybody else. Because you get like a good, you know, a solid, genuine feel and experience, which is hard to find, I feel like, in a lot of places. So, that's how we approached Rise, for example. When Rise was announced, I watched the initial trailer, and then I went hard on spoils, avoiding spoils, and everything when it got to actually play it, I had no idea what I was getting into, and it was a great time. Anyways, I appreciate all the fun. I gotta scroll down. I've gotta scroll down. Alright, who is here? So Super Rad, I'm gonna check out later. We have Sir Generic of Name, Emmanuel B. Telos? Telos, that's a fun name. Bay Station. Silly, I like it. Massamoon. Shadow, Rustgore. Rustgore? Your name makes me think of like just a Ruststone and Gore Magala together. I don't know. Kaname Tosin, 9th, Chantox, Cold Noodle, Funny Valentine, Dizzy Jimbo. Yeah. Oh no, someone arrived! No! Run away! So, for the most part, I do go blind, Captain. In this case, I did look up how, like, what I need to go for. Like, what the hunter rank point requirement was for what I was needing. So, in this case, like, that would be one of the few things I looked up for this one, is I knew I needed to get to HR 19. I wanted to know roughly what I was working with, and so I looked up the total HR point needed. Yes, Nuffly. MH1, online, all solo. We've done all of this. If you're interested about online, go to that Discord link that Derp just dropped. The private servers for the hub are accessible. Yeah, so we've done all of this ourselves. We're HR 17, working towards 18, then 19. Almost 200 hours of Monster Hunter 1. Okay, yeah. So, we were going to make the fin blade, so I need my union, a monster fluid, 2 large bones. Thank you, Super Rad. I would offer to visit you in return, but I'm kind of scared to raid anybody with Monster Hunter stuff or watch them for like 9 months because spoils, you know? It is kind of a shame because there's a lot of cool people I'd like to check out. Monster fluid, large bone. Got it. Monster fluid. The fluid from a monster. And large bone, and union ore is down here. Freedom Unite for the foreseeable future. Cool. That is, so I've done a little bit of Freedom Unite in the past, and like only up to say Blue Kut-Ku, like before I ever started streaming. So Freedom Unite is when I plan to do so in the future. Anyways, let's make this fin blade and see what it needs for an upgrade. But yeah, if anyone is curious about like stuff I've done in the past, I archive everything, so it's all there. What does this take? 3 more Plesioth fins and a demon drug. Okay. Yes, I have done dose, Roudle. I have done low rank dose specifically because at the time I played dose, the Dendorma hack did not exist. So at some point in the future I want to return to dose to play through HR properly. But I haven't done so yet. Just the low rank village stuff. As it is right now, you can't play Dendorma. You can't play Dendorma with others, I think. But there is a hack / cheat thing or whatever to access Dendorma solo. So yeah, when I played through DOS, I was using the fan-made patch thing. The, what's it called, Barangos or whoever's. I did their thing to play DOS, but I didn't play the additional, like, additive things that they did, you know, for extra content stuff. Words are hard. Anyways, we need more Kut-Ku ears for more Plesioth fins. Also, given that we have some here people here, I'll show off the mine guard houses real quick. Yeah, so your normal starting room, and then because you know, as you go up in Hunter rank, you get access to nicer rooms, and by extension, nicer meals, and they're pretty neat, honestly. They have some nice feel to them. But yeah. So if you've been trying to connect to a server on Monster Hunter 1, Dizzy, you need to go here, talk with the people there. And there's information about all that. Also, thank you, Raudel. Thank you, Abaramento. Let's have an eat. Let's have an eat really quick. Just because. Right now I'm just noting down whatever this is going to give me. Yeah, cool. Well, hello. I don't keep any sort of schedule, by the way. If you're interested in seeing more of this, I have no schedule whatsoever, but I tell people when I'm streaming on Discord side, because I really do, I treat this more as like a relaxing hobby sort of thing, you know? It's just something I do for the enjoyment of it, and I don't really care to be bound by the restrictive schedule. Hello, TS Wolfman. I'm doing pretty good. This unexpected raid. The Discord is specifically for old school Monster Hunter, which is mostly Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter G, but they might also talk about DOS there. I haven't really paid too much attention. Anyways, back to more Kut-Ku, because that's all we're doing. Is Kut-Ku. Why are you sorry? I do not understand why you're sorry. It's okay. Yeah. Pulponaref. That's a fun name. I like that name. That is a fun one to say. And Megumin. Megumin. I don't know how to pronounce the last bit of that. But how many Kut-Ku are there? Too many. Too many. I wish there was less of them. The problem is that, oh, that's no big deal, don't worry. The problem is in Monster Hunter 1, the HR point grind is real, and nothing really gives much more than Kut-Ku does, so Kut-Ku is the most time-efficient one to do. Like, sure, you could do a Rathian, or a Gypsyros, or whatever, but Rathian might take 25 minutes for only 100 more or so. So that just leads to us doing endless Kut-Kus to progress. And this just happens to be the best weapon we have for it at the moment. Although I'm trying to make the Plesioth greatsword to see if it'll be any faster on account of being water. Also, I hate this camera. Worst camera angle. playing you must win. See, that was the joke before Rust Score, is that I did like 150 Kut-Ku to go from HR 13 to 17. So I could do 5-star quests. It took like 9 streams of Kut-Ku or something. And then I finally got to 5-star, and we finished all of 5-star in like 2 days, which means I'm back to Kut-Ku. There's been so much Kut-Ku in Monster Hunter 1, and I cannot wait until I'm playing something that's not Monster Hunter 1. It's gonna be so great when I don't have to fight Kut-Ku to HR grind in later games. It'll be the best. Can't wait. Thank you, Dirt. Yeah, so the Kut-Ku counter is the total amount of Kut-Ku we've done since starting the Kut-Ku grind originally in HR 13. And then we were at like it was 148 Kut-Kus to go from 13 to 17. And then from 148 to 275 to get up to 19, where I can do more new content again. So the takeaway here is don't play Monster Hunter 1 by yourself. That's the main takeaway you should get out of this. If you're gonna play Monster Hunter 1 online, at least do it with other people so you can hunt larger things faster. That is the big takeaway. Painful is definitely the word for it, but I am nothing if not a masochist. We will happily put ourselves through rough things in the quest for progression. Wait, no, he resets. Kaku does this weird thing sometimes where it runs over here to leave, flies back to the start of this area, and runs back here to leave again. And it is entirely possible for him to loop that several times in a row. Hey, look, he's doing it again. He's flying back to the start, just to run back here. Isn't that fine and dandy? You just have to wait your turn. So he just landed over there, now he's gonna run all the way back here. Because reasons? I don't know. Monster Hunter 1 is weird. And I missed, because I was spaced wrong. Hey look, he's doing it again. He's gonna go over there and then run back here. This is one of the worst parts about Kut-Ku, honestly, when he does this. Good, I stopped him. No! And then he charged forward for no reason. You better be leaving. Oh my gosh, he's doing it again. This is a particularly unfortunate one. He usually doesn't do this. But right now he's just on a loop. He's just going back and forth, back and forth. Hi, Kut-Ku. Hey, Arashi, how you doing? Alright, finally! We can finally go to a different zone. Isn't that cool? Isn't that neat? I think it's pretty cool. Okay. If you're still here, super rad. I appreciate the raid. It was very unexpected. It's always nice getting to meet new people, and that was an unexpectedly large amount. So you know, it's nice. Thank you, Mervin. That's a cool name. I like that name. Alright. 167. Surrection. Hey, there's an ear. Cool. Need 2 more ears. 2 more ears, please. One more ear, nice. Probably not going to get it in the rewards, but nice. Thank you. We try to have a chill, relaxed place. Like, that's the big thing, right? Just enjoy company, enjoy Monster Hunter, and have a peaceful place in this weird world. Thank you, No Pro. If you're talking about from Monster Hunter 1, I guess, I don't know. Kut-Ku ears are surprisingly common in high rank from this. When we were in low rank, they were a lot rarer. Rarer. Yeah, rarer is is an unfortunately hard word to say. Thank you, the codec. Kut-Ku, 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 no Kut-Ku. I am playing on an emulator, unfortunately. I tend to prefer original hardware when possible, but I don't have the equipment to stream from a PS2 or a Japanese PS2, and I cannot afford to do that properly. However, if you have a PS2 and you can get the Japanese copy, you can still play on the private servers on actual hardware. They have it set up so you can do it on hardware or emulated. That being said though, I have left the controls alone entirely, not remapped anything to not have to use stick attack or anything like that. Get yourself over there and ask questions as needed. That's where I learned how, what I needed to do, and that's where you'd want to learn too. Thank you, Aries Angel, the 5th. Yeah, it would have been nice, especially like in Gen or GU, to see Mindguard return or something. I agree. It is a shame. It is a shame. Kut-Ku time again. Where are you at? Over there. There we go. No, please stop. Get out of the way. It is possible for Kut-Ku to insta-charge you, turn around and insta-charge you again as you're getting up, and stun you, and then turn around and insta-charge you again and kill you. Like, he can 100 to 0 you with just the wrong RNG, which is really sad when it happens. I should mention, we do not only use Lance either. It's just that this Lance is the way to farm Kut-Ku right now. Come on, give me an opening. Give me an opening, Kut-Ku. I sing to you, Kut-Ku. You are the Kut-Ku of my Ku. I don't know what that means though. Come down. Thank you. Thank you. No, should not have hopped to the left. That was a poor decision. No, get away. Get away! Does he have a beak? Yes? Oh, the double insta-charge. What could I do but nothing? I think he does have a beak. I don't know, at what point does a beak stop being a beak and become a face? Now I'm thinking about this. Is it like how birds, like for example, a bird has a head and then a beak, right? But Kut-Ku's beak is like really big. So is the beak the whole head? I don't think so. No, because there's the eyes, for example, are behind the beak. A little bit. Right? Yeah, the eyes and the stuff, there's the coloration behind the beak. So I don't think the beak is the face. The beak's just really large. I think. I'm not sure. Hello, Tato Ebanashi. So with Dose? Goodness, I'd have to see if I can figure out where that link was. Dose's thing is not the same, no. Oh, where do I have that listed? I had it saved somewhere. Oh, he's doing the loop again. You know what? While he's doing the loop, I can have a think about this. Hold on. You can just run back. Okay. This is the thing, Rustgore, that I haven't looked a ton into it, but I'm pretty sure that link, that YouTube link, will go to information about the current Dundorma hack. Giga Proto's patch, I believe it is. So it's not the same thing as this, where I'm connecting to private servers to play in the hub. It's its own, like, different thing. Like a patch to access it. Alright, 168. Ah, stop, please. No problem. Okay, cool. That's our third ear, right? Yeah, so I can go turn those ears in again in the Forest and Hills for Plesioth fins. And then we can get another upgrade. Do I have one? Hell, I know. Can I stand on that ledge without actually going into the next zone? Let's try. No, it forces you into the next area. Alright. That's too bad. I wanted to stand there. Yeah. That was posted like a couple months ago. So I haven't like tried to do it myself or anything. But someday I will. Probably a long while from now, but eventually. Because we've done these, and after I finish with Monster Hunter 1, I think I'm going to want to break from first gen, and I'll probably go back to GU or start 4U. And then after that, come back to first or second gen again. I feel like that's the most likely most likely thing, because I still have EXs and deviants and stuff to do in GU. GU still needs cleanup time. Okay. So now we need to go Forest and Hills again. Forest and Hills, is there a Kut-Ku in there? No. Is there a gathering quest? No, it's still capture a Kaku. I have no idea how that works. Yeah, in my case, it's because every time I've done GU, another Monster Hunter game has come out and I put GU on pause. Originally I started with it and then Iceborne happened, and then I came back to it and then Rise happened. So it's got stuff I still need to do. And I love GU. GU is my favorite entry, honestly. It's just, I have to, you know, get back to it. Alright, so we're gonna turn this in. I should probably... Did I have a bunch of shells on me? Dang it, hold on, no. I need to sell those shells. Or box the shells. Or something. Just in case I need Plesioth. I did not finish Iceborne, no. I made it as far as clearing Safi Recon, because at the time the game was not finished being updated. So yeah, we did Stygian Zin and we did Safi Recon, and that's it. So anything past that I have not done properly. Like Deadeye G5, for example. That's definitely a time where the game is rough. Alright, then we're gonna sell the webbing, medium bone, screamers, claws. Okay. Now we get a Kut-Ku. No Kut-Ku. Now the waffle god. I want waffles. I hope you know you have made me desire the waffle. That's a low rank Kut-Ku, but that's fine. It'll let me go to forest, and that's what's important. It's all good. I haven't had waffles in years, and now I want them. Like a proper good waffle. You know what? Maybe after I've moved next, which is, you know, somewhat soonish, I'll see about getting like a waffle maker device thing, so I can actually have waffles again. I haven't thought about that in a while. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that at some point soonish, so. There's probably going to be a time upcoming where my stream schedule is going to shift around a little bit while I get stuff sorted out. So we're going to swap these for more Plesioth fins. The less Plesioth you have to fight, the better. Thank you, Tato. Okay. Then we go do the low rank Kut-Ku, because there's no standard gathering quest in this game. No, not that big of a move. No. Yeah, not many people do original Monster Hunter, so that doesn't surprise me at all. Even if other people do play Monster Hunter 1 at the moment, you know, the likelihood they'd also be on stream at the same time is feels like kind of low. I'm not going to count this Kut-Ku on the counter because it's a low rank one. I definitely agree. Have you tried Valor Lance Restcore? Have you tried this before? Give me my paintball back. No. Oh my gosh. Give paintball. I got the whetstone. Dang it. I ripped paintball. Okay. Have you seen what Valor Lance can do? Is my follow-up question. Because it's definitely an underappreciated style. Okay. I'm going to link you a video after I've got this Kut-Ku down, which you are welcome to ignore. But if you don't ignore it, it'll show you some cool stuff. My gosh, the wind and the bugs, stop it. Bug, get out of my way. Man, the fact that you only bounce on yellow like that, kind of the worst. Wow, he's not really walking very well. Okay. So what I have for you, let's see. My memory of where I've put things is not great, and I have to go and search in other people's servers for links I've posted. Okay. Here we go. Copy link. This is... So Valor Lance has some weird stuff going on where the shield bash becomes part of your primary flow and combo with the weapon. And it locks the counter, the standard Lance counter, behind the shield bash, which really throws a lot of people off. Because that feels very awkward if you're used to using the counter just, you know, as normal. But if you can get past the differentness of it, it's really neat. Okay, so now do I have a power seed? If I don't have a power seed, I'm gonna have to go find one for the demon drug. And I might not have a power seed. I hadn't thought about that. I hope I can find a power seed. Let's check. I do not have any power seeds. I'm gonna have to go find some. Okay. I'm ready to like gather in the desert or something. By the way, Plesioth fins. So now if we look at the upgrade, right, we need demon drug, so I've got to go find. Let me swap to Plesioth armor, just so I can go explore the desert. Okay. Yeah, go watch it. Curious to see what y'all think of it. And I think the trade-offs are part of what makes it neat. Do I have any old quests in the desert I could have done? I don't want to do 3 whole Gendrome. Can I have less than that? Don't want to do 3. Well, you know what? We could do a 3 herbivore eggs quest. I think those give you commendations sometimes, so that's something I want. Let's do it. I have some dash juices laying around, right? 1 mega juice. I have less than I thought. But if I bring my combo books with me, I can make some rare stakes and bring some catalysts. Alright, this is kind of awkward, but I can do that. Awkward is fine. What's wrong with herbivore eggs? Okay. It'll be fine, don't worry. We've done enough egg quests at this point that most of them don't really faze me. We need whetstones, we need a barbecue spit. We need 5 catalysts. It'll be fine. Okay, and then put the pickaxes in there just for ease of use. Keep all of this in order. Okay, so we're gonna go in there looking for mite seeds and make some rare stakes for dash juices so that we can do the egg part of this okay. That's the plan. It's 30 minutes? 50 minutes, nice. Plenty of time to work with. So yeah, we need to get at least 1 power seed, probably more. So we'll start. Look at that, free rations. That's cool. It's been a while since I've thought about free rations. So, don't really care about these guys. We're just going to gather from assorted plants and see if we can find some power seeds anywhere. I found the paint plant. In here? Tired but not being able to sleep is kind of terrible. You. This thing just looks like a one of those like a cushion with like darts in it or something, I don't know. Or needles in it. I'm gonna have to get rid of these if I want to get this. There's too many gen prey here. I just want to get harvest, and you're all in my way. There we go. I think I also see some bugs or some plant over there. Okay. Don't really care about cactus flowers. What about you? Nope. Anything else? Here's some plant. Do you have power seeds? That's not okay. It's so silly that sometimes you'll mine and you'll gather and you just get nothing found. Not that there's nothing else there, but that you just fail to harvest anything. It's really quite unfortunate. Alright, we don't care about cactus flowers or herbs. Those can go. Is there plants in here? I see some. I mean, maybe. Those, that could, I guess. Looking for power seeds. Alright, fine. I'll come back for that. When I get over to Area 9, where the Apsaros and the herbivore eggs are, I'll just turn the Apsaros into the rare steaks I need for the dash juices, and then do the 7 to 6 home base run. Huskberries, okay. I feel like the plants here are just like one pile of mostly the same thing. Are there plants in here? That's a gatherable point, apparently. Actually surprised. I didn't expect this to be a point you could gather from. Anything else? There's one over here. Get off me. Why are you like this? Nothing else here. Okay, okay. Sounds good, BG. I hope you get some nice rest. Night, night. That's not plants. Where are my power seeds at? That's a Diablos, not a power seed. Are you? You are something I can gather from. Dang Genprey though. I just want to harvest. And you're like, no. Not too much to ask for. And then suddenly Genprey spawn on top of me. Right? It's really cool. It is a very neat take on Lance. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to gather in Monster Hunter 1 sometimes. Hey, we got one. Alright. I found power seed. Can I get more? Can I please just gather? See, the worst part about this is that the monsters just respawn in this area. You can't permanently get rid of the Vespoids. So the moment you do get rid of the Vespoid, another one is just going to show up. Which makes gathering that much more awkward. Yeah, so Lance... Valor Lance will feel very strange to get used to. And you have to keep in mind that you can only do all that while, you know, in Valor mode. So when you're out of it, you gotta work with what you have to get back into it. But if you can get in the feel of it, it's really fun. Okay, is there any more plants I can gather before I head out? I'd like to have more power seeds just because. Because it'd be nice. Nothing else here. You're a plant. That's cactus flowers. Is there any others in here? It looks like it's just cactus flower. Yeah, bugs, first gen, very, very terrible. They're pretty bad in second gen as well. Is there any other herb points that look useful? There's one over here. Maybe this one? High Cephalos fire herbs. Okay, that's not quite what I'm looking for. Not quite. Okay. I think you can just buy fire herbs. I see another plant over here. Leave me alone. I'm about to get left alone. Yeah, okay. Alright, I got one. We'll take that and then move on. Oh goodness. Don't remind me. Just, all I can say is, just wait till you get to your first Shogun. Okay, need some raw meats. We need some raw meats, please. No pouch space. Okay. We need more. Good. Can we get 2 more? That'd be nice. And there he comes. So, you know, DOS was the first game where Shogun existed. And all I'm gonna say is that they definitely tuned him down between DOS and Freedom Unite and later games. Especially considering low rank. Okay, it should be the last one of you I have to get rid of. So he's quite fast and aggressive in those. I would say he was one of the hardest fights for me to do when we played through it. Just because how fast he is compared to everything else. Okay. Now we need 5 rare steaks. We're gonna start the eggs. Make some dash juices. You've probably seen adept lands as well, because you know that's a bit of a more popular style. But it can be quite fun with chaining the blocks. Like when you do an adept block, in the recovery time of it, you can chain it into another adept block. Which means with multi-hit moves, you can just like parry every single one of them, and then follow up the final one with an actual attack. Which is really satisfying to pull off. There we go. Combine rare stakes and catalysts. Okay. Then I need 1 egg. I don't like that Diablos is in Area 7 now. Drop the egg. That changes the monster spawns. We need to go in and get rid of all of the gen preys. I think you can get rid of them in Area 7, just not in Area 2. Hi, Diablos. I just want to hit the prey. Come on, Diablos. Why are you like this? I am just being immobilized right now. Adept Lance is what I learned how to use Lance on back when I was originally playing Gem. It's really fun. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of the Gen Praise. Hopefully Diablos goes away in that time. See, this Diablos is just in the way, and then the Gen Prays just keep popping out of the way. And then he's in the way, and I can't see because he's in the way. We're 100% gonna die to the Diablos. Stop hopping. Hunting a fiber, thank you. And yes, the camera is super weird, for sure. It is honestly one of the things I'm looking forward to most about playing later games, is not having to deal with first and second gen camera. It'll be a good thing. Yeah, welcome. Although, as someone saying that you're new here, this is important. Yes, welcome. Just want to clear out the Gen Prey a bit in Area 7, if I can, before moving on. And I wish this desert wasn't so darn big. It just takes a while to run across. Okay, he's still here, somewhere. The Gen Prey, there's less of them? Just these two? Can you go away, Diablos? I don't even know where you are. This is 1. This is Monster Hunter 1. Good. Diablos left. The Gen Prey are gone, in Area 7 at least. We can start the egg carrying. Oh yeah, for sure. Camera is super weird feeling. Alright, time for egg. Egg time. And there was no pro transporter back in Monster Hunter 1. So you just gotta do this with a dash juice at best. Why are you back? Why are you back, Diablos? You're not making this easy on me. I should be able to outrun him. Yeah. No. Oh my gosh. Man, dodging Diablos with an egg, not something I enjoy. Gotta say. You can do it, but it's still awkward. Okay. It's a case of hoping and planning. There's definitely a lot of planning that goes into egg hunts. In this one, you really only have to worry about, is Diablos in Area 7? And can I get past this first Gen Prey? If you can get past that first Gen Prey, just a single Gen Prey into Area 6, you're fine. Because going into Area 6 and back out resets their spawn points. So you can do that, you just leave right away. And then, now he's over there. You can just run. And as long as you stay close to the edge, the likelihood of Cephalos hitting you is really low. And it's a pretty safe trip. I feel like if they did port the old games, I would want them to keep the stick attacks and not even have an option to play them with modern controls, just to preserve the whole old experience. Yeah, the Firestone quest though. There was a lot of figuring out how to do that one. The Powderstone one, I mean. Having the option would definitely make it more open and accessible, but there's definitely a part of me that likes the idea of bringing forward the old things without changing how they were played. I mean, that's pretty much how I'm doing it, playing one on PS2. Why? So this is the worst part about this quest, right? Is that Diablos camps the area where you leave, this is where you get eggs out. And he just camps it, and it's the worst. Is he leaving? I would argue, Raskor, that the egg quests, or the ones where you gather soot stones out of the swamp, are worse than powder stone. Or the quartz out of the swamp. The quartz out of the swamp was definitely the worst one. Powder stone was bad and intimidating, but we eventually figured out a reliable strategy for it. Quartz in the swamp is a lot worse. I think he's leaving, maybe? If he does, that's great. Good. Thank you, Diablos. With the powder stone one, we figured out all of the areas you can clear out after you pick up a powder stone so monsters don't spawn there. And then eventually figured out a way to reliably run past 6 Bullfango. And after that was figured out, which took a while to be honest, then powder stone was like, alright, that's no big deal, it's just powder stone. Okay, Fiverr, get some good rest. Thanks for stopping in. Carry, 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 carry. And then you just gotta get past the gen prey. The reason the swamp missions were worse, to me, is you couldn't clear out a lot of the areas of monster spawns, which means you were always dealing with the fact that the preys could potentially hit you at any time. And the preys in that case were near the end. So you might get your stone safely all the way to one of the last zones. And then you just had to deal with the fact that there was preys in the last zone. And hope you didn't get bonked and then have to run all the way back to do it again. I'm doing this mostly though. I wanted the power seed, but I also want commendations, and this has a chance of commendations. And we need commendations for a greatsword. So, yes. Let's go get one more. One more egg. Although it doesn't help that in the hub, pretty much all of the stone quests do 3 of them. Which means if you're doing it solo like this, you're doing 3 stones by yourself. We're already going a fair bit longer than my usual. Like on Kut-Ku nights, 3 hours for a stream is about the normal. But I guess the raid and mixing it up with stuff like this is letting me do longer. It's just hard to do Kut-Ku for a long time, you know? Only Kut-Ku. Carry the egg. Need to take it home. This is my egg now. Yeah, pretty much. 3 people to carry the eggs or stones and 1 person to like distract monsters or something. That's how I assumed it would be. Carry. Just one more. Just kind of wish it wasn't such a slow carry sometimes. You see that curve? He curved in midair at me. He curved. Stay away. Stay away. It's my egg. Okay. That should be good now. Cephalos, you better not. I hear you making noise. I think it's fighting the Gen Prey. Anyways, we got the power seed. That's important. So we'll get our greatsword upgrade and hopefully get a commendation. And then we'll see what's next for that. Because I do want to see how it'll do versus Kut-Ku. Now the best part is this music on top of the finish. I'm working on the Plesioth one. I'm pretty sure Kut-Ku is weak to water. That hurts my ears. Oh, you can actually stop. Huh. You still have input. You can choose not to... Maybe you can't. Egg ticket. No, it's not a commendation. That is power seeds. Got more egg tickets. Okay. I wonder if you can, like, if I can trade egg tickets for anything. I should try that. Take an egg ticket to each veggie elder and see if they'll trade them. I think I tried it with the Forest and Hills one already. So, Swamp and Jungle? Maybe that'll get me what I want. Anyways, now we need a catalyst. We're making the Plesioth fin sword thing though. We need to buy a catalyst. Mix me up a demon drug. Okay, and then you say you want 3 Plesioth fins and 2 medium bones. 3, not Cephalos. 3 Plesioth, 2 medium bones, not 99 medium bones. There we go. 2 medium bones. What do we get now? Does it keep going? Plesioth Water Sword. 3. Right. It looks like every level of this takes 3 Plesioth fins. Plesioth Water Sword. 768 green water. Okay. Okay, fine. I guess we're doing more Kut-Ku. I'll sell all the shells I've got. Put these in order, in the right order. They really did. Alright, we're gonna take one egg. No, we have an egg ticket on us. We have an egg ticket. I'm gonna store the power seeds. And we'll sell... No, we're already full on that. Okay. And let me go back to Monoblos armor for the damage. Yeah, the material demand is super high in this game. Like this hammer here wants 99 iron and 50 dragonite. Or each and every Vespoid high rank part takes 25 Vespoid wings. So if you want the Vespoid armor, you need 125 Vespoid wings, which is very reasonable to ask of a player. Okay. Jungle Kut-Ku. Alright, I'm gonna see if he'll take the egg ticket. And then I'll try it at the swamp. I'm gonna sell cactus flower, sell the 32 Kut-Ku shells. Yeah, it's like I'll put up with it, but it's definitely strange, the demands of them sometimes. Okay. So first of all, I'll get to you in a moment, Kut-Ku. I'll even paint you just to make sure I don't lose you. Okay. Gotta go talk with Mr. Veggie. Veggie Elder, where are you at? Will you take my egg ticket from me? You will not. Okay, I'll have to try it on the Swamp Veggie Elder then. It makes you want to play Monster Hunter 1? That's definitely something, considering what I'm going through in Monster Hunter 1. Yeah, don't jump into Monster Hunter 1 if you're doing other things, other Monster Hunter games too. Ah. No, please. Oh, I love that angle. Great camera angle right here. You can't actually turn your camera at all when you're in the wall like that. You have to move forward so it frees up room to be turned. No. Do not. He did anyways. My request was not listened to. Come back here. Come back here, Kut-Ku. Me too, Roudle. Roudle? Resnor. I can't get names straight. Stop biting me. Both have a name that starts with R. It'll confuse me. Oh, that's the worst. When you're... Stop, let me out. Oh my gosh, that was terrible. When you start a charge, and that first hit removes your sharpness. It's really hard to stop charging when you get into that bouncy. Hey, look at that, he's doing the loop thing. That's cool, I guess. Nope. I want to block you down. Nope, never mind. Oh look, he's doing it again. He hadn't done this in a while, and then, like, this is the second time we've got stuck on this loop today. Alright, are you actually moving on? You are. Okay. That's the kind of thing we want to see. We've had it happen before where Diablos, or Monoblos, I think it was Diablos, got stuck running back and forth. Just like doing the charge to a point, and then charging back, and then charging back, and it just got stuck like that. And to make it stop, I had to stagger it multiple times so it fell to the side enough that it couldn't charge to the right spot. It was very strange. Grab cap. So we need 3 more Kut-Ku ears. That's 169. Nice. It does, for sure. Yay, Dragonite. Oh. Nice. All the Dragonite, wow. How generous. Special. Another 310. Just slowly scraping our way upwards. Yeah, it was also a recent find for me. It was an accident. There's some weird things where there's just kind of mining points that don't appear to be anything at all. It's just, hey, it's here. There's one like that in Dose as well. That is extremely not obvious. Okay. I'm gonna see if this... Can I get one in the swamp? I don't want to do 3 gen drone in the swamp, I really don't. Ah! Someone came to town! No. Time to leave. Time to leave. I'm probably a disappointment to the random other people that do play on the servers. Just someone that always vanishes when they try to join the same room. Okay, I'm gonna go here just to check and see if the Veggie Elder takes the egg ticket or not. And then probably abandon. I just want him to take my piece of paper. Is that so much to ask? Have I even made anything with egg tickets? I've used jewel tickets. Egg tickets, though? I'm not so sure about. Alright, Elder, where are you at? You, yes. Hi. He doesn't want my egg ticket. I don't want your max potion. So there. Yeah, the swamp is honestly pretty neat. First in swamp is pretty neat. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll just put them away. How are we on Dragonite ore? We're at 10. Okay, we're kind of getting somewhere with that. I need, what, the 3 Kut-Ku ears still? Yeah. For another set of Plesioth fins. Alright, we're gonna do a Forest and Hills Gypsaros. And see if it's worth how much more it was worth, because I've forgotten. And it can go down really quickly sometimes. Maybe this will be good. Hey, Gipsaros. Do not. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you going over there? You're gonna do your big charge thing, aren't you? The reason I hate fighting Gipsaros. Yep. Where you just run across the whole map for no reason and waste my time. I'm amazed that hit me. I'm poisoned. I don't have antidotes. Stop. I'm leaving. I did bring antidotes, and that was just being terrible. There was nothing good about being there. Nothing at all. Yes, it does not surprise me. It is very bad. I would at least like to finish this great sword before I finish for tonight. I feel like that would be a good overall goal. I've been going for like 4.5 hours now. Would be nice. Honestly, when he's not doing that, he's a pretty alright hunt. It goes down really fast if you can poke the head and tail reliably. But when he wants to run, it's just the worst thing. Because you're just kind of stuck waiting for him to stop running. And if he does it again, or if it's in a big area, it just takes forever to finish. Hello, Insta-Charge. How are you doing? Dang it, the way that bugs hit you and reorients the way you're facing are also kind of the worst. Because it's just a tiny stagger, but it's enough to make you, you know, face the wrong direction. Ah. Good. Goodbye, sharpness. Goodbye, barbecue spit. I feel like losing my barbecue spit is just a normal thing at this point. If I take my barbecue spit on a hunt for Kut-Kus, I'm gonna lose it. It just happens every time. Just give up on the fact that owning a barbecue spit is a thing you can do. Alright. Kaku. Please come back, Kut-Ku. Yeah, I know. It just happens. It's still not as bad though, as when you go on a capture a Gypsyros hunt, and the Gypsyros steals your trap. Which has happened to us twice. On one particular quest attempt. Stole my trap, I ended up abandoning, and he stole my trap again on the next attempt. I tried to back hop and I side hopped. Wait, did he die? Yes, the Velociprey killed Kut-Ku. Velociprey killed Kut-Ku as I died. I guess we're just, you know, down here now. No carves. Velociprey got the kill. It's 170. Only another 105 to go. I mean, we done 20 tonight. That's not bad. You know? It's still gonna be a while, though. 20 plus distractions. I just wanted to get 3 more Kut-Ku ears, though. I just want to finish that greatsword before finishing for the day. You gonna head off to sleep too, Derp? Okay. Sounds good. I probably won't be going for too much longer. I'm just kind of like waiting on getting the 3 ears so I can trade them and make the sword. That's what I want to try out. I have the extra power seeds and the pale extract for the Mega Demon Drug already. Just need Kaku ears. Ow. Thanks, Kaku. 2 insta-charges in a row. I'm gonna be stunned. That's bad, I'm stuck under his tail. Under his feet, I mean. Alright, give me a charge. I thought you were going to be doing something more than that, you probably will anyways. Nope, just 2 bites that don't reach me. Fair enough. Don't kill me. That could have been bad. Dang it, there it was. There it was. Yeah, he's staying on the ground. And there he's leaving. Okay. That is the sound of leaving. I'm also getting really hungry, so, you know, more motivation to stop streaming because of food. I just want Kaku ears. Just give ears. 171. Where am I? Over here. Okay. I'm over here. Okay, that's fine. There's one. There's one. I want to end soon anyways, but ears. I should check to see if I boxed in here when I was fiddling with stuff. I might have. But yeah, today's a good day. Good progress, unexpected raid. Got to talk to lots of new people, which is always cool. Rip. I'm glad to hear that. Like, that's, you know, that's what I want to be able to provide. Just an enjoyable, relaxing time. It It is the true goal of Twitch, honestly. Just enjoy life a little more, if you can. Thank you, Rattle. Okay, let's check our item box real quick. Did I box the Kut-Ku ear? I don't think I did. I think I sold my extra ear because I'm a silly. I definitely did. Also, that is out of order. This needs to be here. That needs to be there. And that needs to be down there. I guess. Okay. So I still need 2 more Kut-Ku ears, though. Before I'm satisfied. Will I actually have the ability to put up with that? I don't know. It really depends on if they drop quickly or not. That might end up just waiting till next time. Which is fine as well. Nope, that's bad. That is bad. Nah. Do not. Ow. Stop it, please. Oh, camera. Oh, insta-charge camera. That was a swift death. Where is Kut-Ku? There is Kut-Ku. Sometimes you just run through Kut-Ku for no reason when you're doing to charge. What an awkward area to be in. Yep, and it's really strange. Like, you'll just get stuck on him, and then sometimes you'll just slide through instead. Come on. Come on. No, that's not what I mean. I can't see. Please. No! His tail outranges my lance. Camera. Please, camera. Narrow areas are honestly the worst thing. Alright, 172. Give me some ears, please. So I can go trade them in. One more ear. Thank you. I appreciate it, Kut-Ku. Alright, now I just need to do a quest so I can swap the ears for fins, and then make the weapon I want, and then try it out once on a Kut-Ku, maybe. Although I might save that for next time. But I've got what I needed. Yeah, he just kind of does walks, but he's not going anywhere at all. Nice, 95,000, 22 Kut-Kus. Okay, and then I need... it's still... okay, fine. Do I have a normal... looks like it's a raw meat quest. There's no Kut-Ku and there's no gathering. It's okay-ish to do. Sell the shells. Might as well just clean up this inventory. Trading in the ears, getting 10 steaks or 10 meats. Then we'll have a water sword. Where you at? Where you at? There you are. Get our Plesioth fins. Cool. And now we gotta turn in 10 raw meats. Just about done for the night now, that's good. Give me raw meats, please. I need the meats. Hello, Kambushi. How are you doing tonight? Of course, the last one is not raw meat. Ooh. Has that gone well? I hope you're not watching me at your job. That's also, what is that emote? That's a pretty, I like that emote, that's pretty good. Okay. We are just getting close to wrapping up at this point. I've been going almost 5 hours. Just getting the last bits of pieces to put a great sword together, and then I want to do a run with it and see how it goes. Luckily, you won't have to worry about that before long, though. We'll be finishing soon. Thank you, Fluffis. Fluffis? Fluffspun? Fluffies? Fluffles. There's an L in there. I didn't see the L. I was trying to figure out how to pronounce that, but there's an L. That makes more sense now. I am good at words. Let's go mix these up real quick. Buy a catalyst. pay him to do our mixing for us. I don't think I would ever listen to Minecraft's music on my own, but it is oddly catchy while we're here. And 2 medium monster bones. Plesioth, water sword. And that's finished off there, and then let's go see what it's like. There you go. Now I'm happy. It's all in order. It bothers me when I have things that are not in order. Like just going up by attack. Yeah, so now it's what? Water. Water greatsword. The ultimate fin blade uses many layers of Plesioth fin. Treated material. A lot of things have treated material on them for some reason. I need a Kut-Ku to actually do though. Gotta cycle the quests. You need to actually give me a Kut-Ku to fight. Bum 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 ba ba. Kaku? There we go. Alright, let's give it a shot. I wonder if the Diablo's armor might be better for this, for the anti-wind. But still, we'll try. We will try. Yep, this is the Plesioth sword. I do like how this weapon looks. Okay, night-night gore. Hope you get some good rest. I'll be hopping off here after this hunt, so... Hope to see you around again another day. Alright, Kaku. Combo greatsword. What a wet sound. Oh, that still hit me? Really? Why is Kut-Ku's instant charge so big? Oh, the hit lag on hitting all the things along with Kut-Ku. It's kind of impressive. Bonk into death. It's always bonks that put you in the bad place. Question is, will this kill it as quick as the lance? I don't know. Kut-Ku, where are you? There you are. No, I missed. I whiffed it. Kind of hard to hit things when they're moving around too much. Like when you're doing the combo greatsword stuff, if they reposition, it's like, well, I guess I'm just not in a good place anymore. I guess you can kind of walk in a different direction with overheads. Dang it. Okay. Is this faster than the lance? I'm not sure yet. It's definitely good. It does its job. We'll have to give it more time and see. You actually don't need anti-wind all that much, which is cool. Alright, time to find a random person, probably. Unless anyone I follow is doing not Monster Hunter that I want to check out. That is not the case. Alright. Do we have any... Alright, we're gonna do my usual thing of picking a random person, I think. And seeing what happens. Doing something. Cool. I'm glad you did. Yeah, we did a pretty decently long one. Now I'm just looking around. Yeah, so I generally just pick random people playing games that I enjoy because I can't raid Monster Hunter people for fear of spoilers and stuff. So, I'm glad you enjoyed it. We'll be around another day. I don't necessarily know if it'll be tomorrow, but definitely a day in the future. Anyways, let's poke in. There's someone doing Noida. I like Noida. If you don't if you don't know what Noida is, you should at least have a look and see, because it's pretty neat. And yeah, I don't know anything about this person. Let's go say hi, because that's cool.